Yes, we are live. Is the audio working? There's quite a bit of delay here. Also, the camera is really fucked. Yes, we are live. Is the audio working? Is the audio working? Yeah, that's fine. So this that right? I'm just starting like a new set of sessions that I'll be doing on this channel. This time is for like an interview on Spring Boot and stuff like that. So I'm trying to master Spring Boot and Java DSA in like 2 months of time. I think I'm going to give it 2 months of time, and after that, I'll be taking the interview. I just quit my job, so this is basically like yeah. I'm just trying to get like a better job, basically, right? So I just quit my job, and this is my prep for a better job. So just going to like list out the things that I need to do for my Java interview, right? One main thing is going to be like Java DSA. I think that's like going to be one of the biggest things. I don't know. The company I'm targeting, kind of. The difficulty is not that hard actually. Yeah, so they do ask DS, Algo, Spring, and Core Java. So that's what I'm targeting. So Java DS is one. Next is like Spring. I will be following a course for Spring, which is uh, basically yeah. This I started watching it a bit. I think I'll be like watching this, and once this ends, because I assume I'm going to end this before the 2 months end, so only like 30 hours or something like that. So I'll be targeting like 1 hour a day. We'll finish this course. I will need to watch this from the start, so I'll finish this course after that. I think that's also pretty good. Yeah, DS Algo Spring Core Java. Yeah. For the original company, the info looked good and the HR seemed helpful. Discussing session interview said you have 5 minutes to code this problem. Most automation solutions, so he commented that it's such an easy problem. I rolled my eyes so hard. Then he started asking me questions on Spring and Core Java that seemed fine. It was when he started asking me about time conversion sorting algorithm, asking me time conversion in worst case and best case. That was he was expecting answers 30 seconds. Thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather not answer this. Oh, like you were taking the interview, bro. Why would you not rather answer that? He asked me tough problem and then told 15 minutes to go with all edge cases. Then he kept checking his watch every 2 minutes. He asked me 3 problem questions and 25 theory Java questions. No kidding, I read sir. Okay, so I guess yeah. I think I'm in the right direction. I need to do Java DSA Spring, which I could in Bangalore in September 2018. What were the questions? Man, just show me the questions, bro. Like I don't, bro. This website is so bad. We're abstract and interface, Cartesian product and full outer join. Uh, swap, write a program to get 2 stacks from a queue. Okay. Run online interview to Rakuten. Bro, these are like such old dates, bro. I want to see the recent ones. Performance. As in no recent ones, bro. Like 2016, 2014, bro. The fuck? Multiple notifications in a cloud environment. Cloud operations engineer, bro. Let me look it up on YouTube actually. Is there like a Rakuten Java interview mock? Yeah, so I guess I'm going to find enough.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, वेलकम टू माय यूट्यूब चैनल फुल स्टैक विद राम। तो दोस्तों, आज इस वीडियो में मैं आपके साथ प्रोजेक्ट में और क्या प्रोसेस हम फॉलो कर रहे हैं वो उन्होंने पूछा कि आपके प्रोजेक्ट में कितनी माइक्रो सर्विसेज यूज हुई हैं। तो मैंने क्या है पर्सनल प्रोजेक्ट्स का भी उसमें एक्सप्लेन किया था और मेरे जो इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट है उसका भी मैंने एक्सप्लेन किया था। तो ये जो क्वेश्चन है वो पर्सनल प्रोजेक्ट से रिलेटेड था, जिसमें मैंने 3 माइक्रो सर्विसेज यूज की हुई थी। तो मैंने वो बता दिया कि तीनों माइक्रो सर्विसेज क्या हैं और उनका क्या पर्पज है। मतलब उसमें एक तो मेन एप्लीकेशन थी, एक एपीआई गेटवे था और एक सर्विस डिस्कवरी के लिए जो हम यूरेका सर्वर यूज करते हैं वो था।
Alright.
देन उसके बाद उन्होंने पूछा कि आपके प्रोजेक्ट में जो माइक्रो सर्विसेज हैं वो कम्युनिकेट कैसे कर रही हैं एक दूसरे के साथ में। तो सिंपली मैंने बता दिया कि रेस्ट एपीआई के थ्रू वो एक दूसरे से कम्युनिकेट कर रही हैं। देन उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि थिन क्लाइंट क्या होता है। तो थिन क्लाइंट का मेरे को ज़्यादा आइडिया नहीं था, बट मेरे को इतना पता था कि ये एक्चुअली में एक जार है जो मैंने कई बार pom.xml में यूज़ करते हुए देखा है कुछ प्रोजेक्ट में। जनरली मैंने जो देखा है वो अपने इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट में देखा है, वहाँ ये यूज हुई थी। तो मेरे को इतना पता था कि ये एक जार है, केवल ये नहीं पता था कि इसका क्या पर्पज है, बट ओके दैट्स ओके। देन उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि स्ट्रिंग कितने टाइप से क्रिएट कर सकते हो। तो वो मैंने बता दिया कि 4 टाइप्स होते हैं कि हम स्ट्रिंग लिटरल का यूज कर सकते हैं।
Okay, in Java, okay. So string buffer, string builder, string literal, okay, and new string, okay, yeah. Alright, okay. So it's like very like, okay, so Java core is like very important as well, I think, in this interview. I think I'll do revise the entire Java core as well. So each day I think I would need to divide into learning Spring a bit, which is a new thing, then learning core Java or like revising core Java, and then revising Java DSA.
न्यू ऑपरेटर का यूज कर सकते हैं जो कंस्ट्रक्टर मेथड है वो। देन उसके बाद हम स्ट्रिंग बफर या स्ट्रिंग बिल्डर का भी यूज कर सकते हैं एक स्ट्रिंग को क्रिएट करने के लिए। देन उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि स्ट्रिंग्स इम्यूटेबल क्यों होती हैं। तो ये बहुत ही जनरली आज क्वेश्चन पूछे जाने वाला क्वेश्चन के थ्रू क्रिएट करते हैं तो एक स्ट्रिंग कांस्टेंट पूल में क्रिएट होती है, लेकिन जब हम न्यू ऑब्जेक्ट्स के न्यू ऑपरेटर के थ्रू क्रिएट करते हैं तो स्ट्रिंग कांस्टेंट पूल एरिया में भी एक स्ट्रिंग क्रिएट होती है और हीप मेमोरी में भी क्रिएट होती है। देन स्ट्रिंग
Bro, I
बफर और
think Java specific core is going to be like very important. I think I just do not know the answer to this question basically. So I know like strings are immutable, and when we update a string, it's basically like a string in a new memory space instead of like just modifying the previous string. But this one I just do not know. What the fuck is a heap memory and what the fuck is a constant pool area, bro?
उसका भी
So
मैंने बता दिया। तो
I
चारों का
think Java like, is there like a core Java interview prep kind of a thing I could find? Like core Java, like just like, yeah, top questions and answers type stuff. Basically something like this.
Hi everyone, welcome to this polymorphism. Any, if you go to the IntelliJ ID,
Does it talk about like Spring Pool and String Pool and all that? Strings are immutable with no content string every time because change or produce a new string. Risk of printing plain text. I think I need something more of a
Hey guys, in this video, return statement is used in the trio, but am with a pipe symbol. Example of chat support for JV, NEV related false.
So I think what I'll do is like I'll revise my own notes from core Java first. After that, I'll move to these like more Java like tricky interview questions, right?
Hey everyone, in
Interview questions PDF. And like find like some nice ass PDF with like these type of questions that are like Java specific and there's only these three, like they're not talking about string at all other than this. That is kind of fun. I think there was one other course that I saw before on Udemy actually from the guy who was making that particular course. The fuck am I clicking, bro? Yeah, I think he has a course on microservices as well. Where the fuck is this guy's fucking profile, bro? How can I click on his profile? How do I go on his profile, bro? Yo, wow, bro.
Welcome to the first lecture.
Where is your profile, brother? What the fuck? How do I see his profile in the course in the profile thing instead of the fucking course itself? This guy, Michael Pogrebinski, bro. Where is Michael? How do I search Michael Pogrebinski, bro? Yeah, I think one of his courses is Java multi-line concurrency and performance optimizations, complete microservices and event-driven architecture. Yeah, this is the microservices one. Software architecture, distributed systems, cloud computing with Java. So he has a Korean course as well. Wow, that guy is different. Advanced Java topics, Java reflection masterclass. Software architecture and system design practice tests. What does he like teach in this? Build Java reflection. Yeah, if I search like a Java interview prep, like course. Like I want like something that's like those type of questions that like Rakuten is asking. That's like very theory specific. I want something like that because I already have like code specific notes by myself that I've made previously. Bro, it's like just if else and what else. Oh yeah, string pool and Java. I think yeah, this is like a lot like more like yeah, I think this is like a lot more better for like how is this rated? This is rated like super highly. 4.6 is a pretty good rating, but all right. I'm AFK for like 2 minutes. I'll come back in a bit. Yerp. So I think there's this course, and then there's also another course that I'm like going to be having to looking at. I mean, I feel like a lot of this, like for example, this part already I've done, but I feel like just having like it another. Oh, so you also have Spring Boot and questions like for Spring Boot as well. I think yeah, having just like this one is going to help like a lot because it has like all the things like REST. It has like everything related to an interview that could be asked like theoretically, right? Yeah, I think yeah, that's pretty good. It also has multi-threading and error handling, right? There's also lambda expressions, which is important, I would say. I feel like doing this would be nice. So I could like pair this up with my own notes, and this would be like a perfect thing. Yeah, I think I'll have this in my course. What are the what is this one, bro? No, I don't really think I need that. I think just like knowing the basis of multi-threading and stuff like that would be good enough. Yeah, I think core Java is important, super important, I would say. Since I'm doing like a Spring course, I feel like I would be learning like most of it from that. And Java DSA is going to help me with like problem solving and stuff like that. But yeah, from my experience at Hexaview, the main things that are asked are like these like OOPS constants. The core Java will like teach me about everything like OOPS as well. And then I mean, I know most of it, but there's like a lot of like theoretical stuff that I need to learn from that like string pool thing, right? Yeah, and if he has like a, he said like what it offers is like a, even like Spring, so that's nice. And it also like has like a PDF format as well. I like having like a PDF, which would like helpful. So does this one have microservices at all? No, I don't think it has microservices at all. Yeah, I think I'll just watch like a YouTube video on microservices later on. This one has microservices as well, though, right? Core Java. He's finishing it in 18 minutes. I guess, yeah, it's also an interview prep thing. So, wirestring immutable. Default hash code employment object class. Yeah, I think this one is also like pretty nice. Default two string implementation. Is the one that I already have. Does that talk about microservices? Might do, right? Does it talk about microservices at all? Yeah, this microservices thing I'll do it at the end. I'm just like not sure between this and this one, which would be like a better one to like get. This one has like way more ratings, so I'm like thinking maybe this one is better, but not sure still. Bro, he has like short stuff on everything basically. Does he talk about Jenkins at all? Jenkins and all this guy. I also need to like improve my resume. I don't think that would be like a daily thing. I would just like tackle it at like right now, or maybe like some later date. I need to look into my resume. This is like a one time. So these like the things I'm writing here are like bigger things that I need to focus on, right? Yeah, I think I would need to do like DBMS too a bit. I'll do DBMS as well, why not? DBMS is not that hard. I already know DBMS, I need to revise it, maybe make notes. I think I'll maybe like even look at a course around how to do. When to use what. Yeah, genuinely I feel like this is like pretty good, and if I think I have like more to get from this, I'll get this one later on, I think. Ciao. This is like a lot of stuff. I feel like this is also like pretty good, but yeah, I think maybe I'll go for like both actually. Maybe I should just go with one though, man. I feel like just going with one is like the better thing. But for example, like that particular string question, I only saw in that one, right? I don't know. Maybe going with both at the same time just seems like not the. I feel like this is like a better overall course, but I feel like this will like target specific questions more. But this will also like leave out a lot of like stuff that could be asked as well. Fuck, man. I don't really understand how should I go about this, go about this, go about this. Like doing one and then doing another one. This one feels like a way more comprehensive course with like a lot of like stuff that could be helpful. Maybe like at the end when I've like done everything else too, I go with this because this would have like stuff that I've even left. Yeah, especially like an interview prep thing. But that's what I'm looking for, right? Fuck, bro, I'm not sure. What is this? This Java interview help one like seems so nice, bro. But it feels like it will like leave certain stuff like. I think this one is the worst of both worlds. This one is a refresher as well, but I don't know. I don't think this one is as good as this one. This one seems like the best course. I want to get this for like. But I feel like, yeah, I think let's start with this. This would be like a good base, and then I could go for that, right? I just like add this on my wish list, I guess. Is that the wish list thing? I think it is. I'll just get this one for now. I'll just get this one for now, right? Yeah, because I do need to focus on core Java, and having like a video thing to go by would be like very nice. And then I can just go through like the topics in that particular video and like maybe just watch a YouTube video for those. What is this, bro? Yeah, let me just like see this, bro. Bro, is this even the correct account? I'm not sure. Yep, it is the correct one. I do need the CBC though. Did the transaction go through? I'm not sure. Oh, this. Why are they sending a OTP even after I put in my fucking CVC, bro? Like, surely a random person would not know what my CVC is, bro. It's all these notifications, man. 5 different notifications for one particular transaction, man. It's amazing to see. Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, these are like the main things. Java DSA, which would be like important to do. Like that's like a thing that I need to do by myself, right? Then Spring, which is a course that it's ongoing for me. That would be like one of the important one. And then core Java is the basically like the interview would be based on the core Java thing, right? So if I go to my courses now, I should see the course here, right? So for today, I think I'm going to be starting with this. I don't want to show it on stream, the course. I think that would be. What even is this PDF? I don't think it's very bad. That's one. It's alright.
मैंने बता दिया कि कौन सी स्ट्रिंग कब क्रिएट होती है और कहाँ क्रिएट होती है। देन उसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि आपको जावा 8 में आपने काम किया हुआ है या नहीं किया हुआ है। तो इसका तो मैंने सिंपली आंसर दे दिया कि हाँ मैंने किया, जावा 8 पर काम किया हुआ है। तो होते हैं इंटरमीडिएट, मैंने थोड़ा सा ट्राई किया था बट वो था, तो इसके बारे में मेरे को ज़्यादा नॉलेज क्वेश्चन था, तो ये मैंने बता दिया। एक्चुअली में जब हम इस भी आप एक बार गूगल पर जाके अच्छे से पढ़ सकते हो, लैम्बडा एक्सप्रेशन और सारी चीज़ें, तो आपको और अच्छे से क्लियर हो जाए। तो इसके बाद उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा कि आप कौन सा बिल्ड टूल यूज कर रहे हो आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में। तो जैसे काफ़ी बिल्ड टूल होते हैं, जैसे मेवन होता है और ग्रेडल होता है। तो मैंने बता दिया कि हम लोग मेवन यूज़ कर रहे हैं। ये जो था वो इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट से रिलेटेड था, तो इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट में हम कौन सा टूल यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो मैंने बता दिया। देन उन्होंने एक और मेवन से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन ही पूछा कि जैसे मान लो कि आप अपने प्रोजेक्ट में मेवन रिपोजिटरी को चेंज करना चाहते हो। जैसे एक तो होती है सेंट्रल मेवन रिपोजिटरी, देन होती है नेक्सस, देन होती है लोकल। तो उसको कैसे चेंज कर सकते हैं, तो वो भी मैंने बता दिया कि एक मेवन सेटिंग डॉट एक्सएमएल फाइल होती है, उसमें जाके हम कुछ मतलब एक्सएमएल फाइल है तो उसमें टैग्स होते हैं, तो उसके अंदर हम मेंशन करते हैं कि हमको जो फाइल्स है वो कहाँ से पिक करनी है। देन एक ये वन ऑफ माय फेवरेट क्वेश्चन था कि अगर आपको एक स्ट्रिंग दी हुई है तो आपको उसकी लेंथ।
I mean, I think in Java you can iterate over a string, right? Since in Java you can iterate over a string, you could just like tell the length. Like in Java you can use indexing to iterate over a string. In Python you can iterate over a string, cannot, right? I mean, there are like multiple ways. In Java you can also do like make it a character array. So you could make it a character array and then just iterate over it. Do like take a count variable. There are like multiple ways of doing that. So there's like one that is that. Then there's like another one where you can just like go through the indexing. And after that, how else could you count? Is there any way to do it with ASCII? I'm not sure actually. I think character array one would be the best. I'm not sure.
फाइंड करनी है विदाउट यूजिंग इनबिल्ट लेंथ फंक्शन। तो थोड़ा सा मेरे को इसमें सोचना पड़ा। अच्छा क्वेश्चन था बट आई वाज फाइनली एबल टू आंसर दिस। मैंने क्या किया, मैंने उनको कोड लिख के दिखा दिया कि ये उसका कोड होगा। मैंने क्या किया, मैंने एक फॉर लूप यूज किया ट्राई ब्लॉक में और उसको एक काउंटर को इंक्रीमेंट करता गया जब तक क्या ना आ जाए, जब तक एक्सेप्शन ना आ जाए। जब एरे इंडेक्स आउट ऑफ बाउंड जाएगा तो एक्सेप्शन आएगी, और मैंने कैच ब्लॉक में उसका जो काउंटर था वो प्रिंट करा दिया। तो इस तरीके
Yeah,
से
that's what I was
हमने
thinking. Like just like loop
string
over
की
it.
लेंथ फाइंड कर ली
But I did not know about this particular exception. So yeah.
और विदाउट यूजिंग लेंथ फंक्शन। तो आप भी इसको कर सकते हो अपने लैपटॉप पे, पर्सनल पीसी पे ट्राई। अच्छा क्वेश्चन था और अगर आपसे पूछा जाता है तो आप इसको आंसर कर पाओगे। देन उसके बाद मेरे से पूछा कि ऑब्जेक्ट क्लास में कितने फंक्शंस होते हैं। तो ऑब्वियसली मैंने कभी काउंट नहीं किए थे कि कितने नंबर ऑफ फंक्शंस होते हैं, बट मैंने क्या किया, मैंने उनको कुछ जो इम्पोर्टेंट फंक्शंस हैं जैसे इक्वल्स है, हैश कोड है, टू स्ट्रिंग है, क्लोन है, और भी एक आध दो जैसे कुछ मल्टी थ्रेडिंग टाइप से भी कुछ मेथड्स अपने ऑब्जेक्ट क्लास में हैं। तो मैंने उस तरीके से उनको बता दिया कि मेरे को एग्जैक्टली तो नंबर याद नहीं है, बट ये कुछ ऐसे मेथड्स हैं जो हम बहुत फ्रिक्वेंटली यूज करते हैं ऑब्जेक्ट क्लास के। देन अगर आप जवाब देते हो कि हाँ मैंने जावा 8 पर काम किया हो, तो ये बहुत ही फ्रिक्वेंटली आस्क्ड क्वेश्चन है कि फंक्शनल इंटरफेस क्या होता है। तो ये तो मैं ऑलरेडी काफ़ी सारे इंटरव्यूज में इसका जवाब मैं ऑलरेडी दे चुका था, तो यहाँ भी मैंने सेम टाइप का आंसर दे दिया कि फंक्शनल इंटरफेस एक्चुअली एक इंटरफेस है, इतने भी उसमें तो नहीं, तो इंटरफेस का नाम याद
Yeah, actually that particular course was like divided stuff in like Java 8, Java 7, Java 6. I think that's like pretty important for like
आ रहा था,
answering these
जैसे
type of
रनेबल एंड
questions.
कंपेरेटर। तो टाइम इफिशियंट हो जाती है, मतलब हम कम से कम टाइम में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा सर्चिंग ऑपरेशंस परफॉर्म करते हैं। तो सही है कि एक ना आप एप्लीकेशन बना दो, स्प्रिंग बूट की एप्लीकेशन बिल्कुल शुरुआत से, और जो एक ब्राउजर पे एक मैसेज प्रिंट करा दे। स्टार्ट कर ली थी, पाथ दे दिया और उसमें एक मैसेज डाल दिया जस्ट रिटर्न करके, स्ट्रिंग टाइप का। कैसे हैंडल होते हैं अगर दो माइक्रो सर्विस आपस में कम्युनिकेट आईडी मैनेज करने के लिए एक के लिए हेल्प करती है। तो आप जियो को भी एक बार वॉच कर सकते हो। तो थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग। इसमें मेरा सिलेक्शन ऑलरेडी हो चुका है, तो मैं सेकंड राउंड की इंटरव्यू एक्सपीरियंस की वीडियो भी जल्दी लेके आने वाला हूँ। So thank you very much.
Did not make any second round interview, bro. Oh fuck.
Finally, I have received the Rakuten offer letter, guys, and this is the thing that I was waiting for very long time so that I can make this video to tell you all that yes boss, I have cleared one more company. And if you need me to reveal my rubric interview experience, DigiCert interview experience, and many other top product based companies experience, you comment down in the comment section what you need in tomorrow's video and I will make the video for you. For this video, stay tuned till the end. Like JD, you will be amazed to see that what are the about. If you see here, number one started with Kubernetes. As I have told you, Kubernetes is very important for any DevOps and SRE engineer to start with. So you see
What
what
is
are the
an SRE,
real-time
bro?
interview questions
Bro,
they
what
have
the
asked.
fuck? Why do I been watching him, bro? Dumbass player, bro. Alright, so basically, yeah, we'll be needing this. I think core Java is pretty important to go through. I think I need to like finish this particular course in like 1 to 2 weeks. This one, right? I don't think this is a big course. So like, if I can finish this and like, I need to like devise a plan of how I do this shit. I don't know how I can do that. But basically, lead code would be like going on for like the entire time. I think with this with Spring, at least a month. At least I'll watch the video and then work on the project type stuff. Those two things will be going on. And then third would be like interview specific preparation. How can I make this, bro? Should I use an Excel for it? Oh yeah, I think Excel would be nice for this. So yeah, this could be like, what's happening, bro? Wait, fucking crash my shit. Yeah, date and night topic. I just add like what the date is today. Since I need 2 months of time, go for it. So what? It's taking the date like in a weird way, bro. Fuck. I need to do it like this. They're like 50 days after this point, right? I think 50 should be a good number of days to study this shit, bro. Like let's just call these tracks and like make them like here. Track 1, track 2. I think 3 tracks should be more than track 3, right? See, track 1 is basically lead code. Lead code should be, I think yellow is that kind of a lead code. Lead code. The lead code will be all going like completed. Yeah. That's not like a thing that's going to be stopping. Now track 2 is like Spring and Spring Boot and stuff. My goal would be to finish it at least by 1 month. I need to finish the course, and after that I'll plan out maybe a project or something like that. Right. Yeah, Spring is like pretty green. Spring course. Let's just do this. And then this third one would be like core Java and all that. This first thing I have how many sections. See, I don't want to show the PDF or the lecture here, so I'll open it up here. I doubt anything would happen if I do that, but still, I think it's like, what are the resources? Did it download something?
Hi, welcome to this course.
Bro, it's not showing anything. Fuck. What do I do? Unable to download selected item? Finally, it downloads. What's the third one? This third one and the second one, the same thing. They're different things. Okay, that's a PPT and that's a PDF. Bro, it's not. It's a PDF, but it's not a PDF. In reality, it's just a PPT. Wow, bro, that's fucked. Fuck, man, that's kind of saddening. Bro. Bro, why is it opening it here, bro? It's the same thing, but it's just in the PPT form versus the PDF form. Wow. I don't like that actually. Whatever. So yeah. Yeah, so sprint course, and I'll probably put this one in like more like project work type shit. Like too dark and it's too light, bro. The track 3, no. I don't think I need like a whole ass fucking time to finish core Java, right? So let's say even if, bro, it does not look that big, this thing. There's how many sections in this? But like a few sections are like 10 minutes, 12 minutes too, so it's quite a bit of sections, but it's around 60. So like if I do 10 every day, that makes sense, right? 10 every day does not make sense. I think 12 days should be good enough. 5 sections every day. I think that would make sense. 12 days. Yeah. So yeah, like core Java, at least the first 10 days, like I must finish like core Java in this time. 10, 12 days, and then yeah, the third track would be like the most editable because I could like add whatever I think I'm missing right now. I think, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think this looks pretty reasonable. So DSA, that should be something that will be going on every day. Spring and Spring Boot will be project will be also going every day, because I think that's pretty important. And that is also linked with the second one, because I will be learning about Spring anyways. So I just need to keep that in mind, right? The third important thing is just core Java, right? Core Java is like more like, yeah, pretty nice. So yeah, I think core Java. After that, maybe I'll go into DBMS and stuff like that, and then at the end, I think I will just like use that like help Java program interview like thing, right? The other course at the end of the track, so that I can finish up with like a good revision while also making like kind of nice stuff. So yeah, I think that's what it is. So for today, the first thing that I want to target. Bro, how long have I been already been streaming for? 48 minutes. I'm making shit faster than I thought. So there's that. But yeah, so I think I'll start with core Java for today and end with Deet code. So second thing I'll do is Spring Boot. So start with core Java for today, because I think it's like the easiest thing to start with. Here.
Before starting the first chapter, let me explain 3 things that you will get from this course. First, here are the 25 chapters from which we are going to cover around 200 Java language interview question. We will start from Java basics, then OOPS related chapter, and then some advanced concepts of Java like collection, multi-threading, generics, etc. All the chapters are arranged in a step-by-step manner, and each chapter will contain questions in the learning sequence only. After that, we will cover the top 30 Java coding interview questions. And yes, after every few chapters, I will take a mock interview. But that is still not enough. After that, I will start covering more than 100 questions on Spring Framework, Spring Boot, MVC, and REST Web Services. Again, here all the chapters are step by step from very basic to very advanced questions. Great, that is the structure of this course. Now, the second very important thing you will get from this course is this book. Whatever I will teach, the diagrams, the code, definitions, everything is present in this book. You can download this PDF or PPT book from the resources of this introduction section and use them for your interview revision. Also, the code is also present in the resources. Okay. The third thing you will get is this Excel tracker. See, sometimes we doubt ourselves about whether we are ready for interviews or not. For that, all the questions are listed here in this sheet, which you can download again from the resources. Here, you can mark the questions, prepared yes or no, yes, as per your preparation status. And your final preparation status will be reflected on the right. 70% completion.
If I change it, would it like basically update that? Wow, that is kind of crazy. Okay, so core Java, it's this much. Okay. I mean, yeah, this is just whatever. I don't think I need this one. This is whatever. I don't really care about this. I'll just like follow the course. I don't really care about the coding problems and all that, because I'm doing like separate stuff for that, since that is important. But yeah, theoretical I'll take up from this. Why not? So yeah, there's these Java DSA, Spring, Core Java, DBMS. Core Java Advanced, which would be like microservices and all that. So yeah, I mean, these are going to be like the main things that I need to be focusing on. And yeah, Core Java. Let's start for today. My plan is to go through the first 5 ones. Actually, I might go through like the first 6. Yeah, I might go for the first 6. It's like all very easy basically.
Means here in this bar chart, that means you are ready for any interview. Okay, also you can click the view answer to check out the answer quickly here. And yes, remember to keep this Excel and this downloaded PowerPoint in the same folder and enable all editing and macros in this Excel. Otherwise these links will not work. Finally, I wish you all the best from my side. Like many other students, you will surely be able to crack the interviews. Just never ever give up. And yes, don't forget to give positive reviews and rating to this course. That will help me and others in finding this course. Now let's start with the first chapter of this course.
Yeah.
This is the first chapter covering very basic questions about Java, JDK, JRE, JVM step by step. Even if you know these questions, still revise them at least once to get some more information. So let's start with the first question. What is Java? Here is the simple.
I'll also get my own notes from what I made for Core Java and shit. I have like notes for Core Java and then I have separate notes for like with Python and stuff like that. I think I could use both right now or not. I don't find my Python notes actually. I know why. But Python notes are unfindable right now. And everything here. I kind of created these like Python based notes before once with everything for like oops and stuff like that in this one as well. It's for like a specific interview as well. But this was only for like 4 to maybe 3 to 4 days worth of work. I was just like locked in the like 12 hours a day of like actual locked in work. Now I'm doing it from the basics and like a way more comprehensive thing. These were like doing my training for my job. What I did then. Let's start tackling Spring Buffer and all that here as well. I'll basically, for them, whenever I think I have something better than whatever he's teaching me. So I think, yeah, core Java, I should start from there. Why not? What can I have here on the screen? I'm not sure. Uh,
Simplest definition of Java. Java is a high-level object-oriented programming language. High-level language because when you compile a Java language program, then first it will be converted into bytecode, which is a intermediate language, and bytecode will further converted into machine or native code, which is a low-level language. Okay. In the upcoming question, I will explain the process of this converting Java to bytecode and to machine code in detail. But now you know Java is a high-level language, right? Then Java is object-oriented also because Java uses objects and classes to structure the data and functions. Okay. And in Java programs, we can easily apply object-oriented concepts like encapsulation, abstraction, polymorphism, and inheritance. That's why Java is an
high-level object-oriented programming language. Sure. Java, which is high-level language, converts to bytecode. This is zeros and one, which is the intermediate language, which is converted to native code, which is low level. Right.
an object-oriented programming language. So all these concepts, object-oriented concepts, we will explore in upcoming questions in detail. What are JDK, JRE, and JV? How a Java program typed or executed. Let's understand with the help of a simple diagram. Suppose you have a very basic Java program, firstcode.java. Okay. Now, before running this program, if there is any syntax error here, then Java will automatically show it to you, right? That is called compile time error checking, which will happen automatically even before running this program. Now the question is, how does it automatically happen? This is done by a kit, which we call the Java Development Kit or JDK. which we install just before running the Java programs. Okay, so what happens inside this JDK kit, we will have many tools for executing Java programs, and one of those tools is the Java compiler tool. And this Java compiler tool is used to compile the above Java program. Okay, meaning Java compiler tool of JDK is responsible for checking and showing any kind of compile time errors in the Java program, and also it converts the Java program to bytecode. Let me tell you how. Suppose this is your code, Java code, and suppose you are also using some Java class libraries inside.
What does contains Java C mean? Java compiler? What the fuck is a JIT compiler, bro? Lil Rodney Sun JIT?
it's like a string class, array list class. Okay, then all Java code, and suppose you are also using some Java class libraries inside it, like a string class, array list class. Okay, then all those libraries will be present inside the JRE. So it will contain all is responsible for checking and showing any type, any kind of, and this Java compiler tool is used to compile. Okay, so what happens inside this JDK kit? We will have many tools for executing Java programs, and one of those tools is the Java compiler tool, and this Java compiler tool is used to compile the above Java program. Okay, meaning Java compiler tool of JDK is responsible for checking and showing any kind of compile time errors in the Java program, and also it converts the Java program to bytecode. Let me tell you how. Suppose this is your code, Java code, and suppose you are also using some Java class libraries inside it, like a string class, array list class. Okay, then all those libraries will be present inside the JRE. So it will contain all the libraries code. JRE is what? JRE is Java runtime environment, and it contains libraries and other things also, and it is also present inside the JDK only. Okay, now listen carefully. When you are writing the Java code, then the Java compiler side by side compiling and converting your code plus the library code which it is getting from the JRE. If you are using any library in your code, then that code will be converted to bytecode by the Java compiler, and that is also called the compile time process. This is whole compile time process before running the program. Remember, until now we have not run this program, and bytecode is already generated by the Java compiler. Now when you press the run program button or run command, after that it will be runtime. Okay, what will happen next? JDK will have the JRE, right? And JRE will have the JVM inside it, and JVM will contain the JIT compiler, okay, which will finally execute and convert the bytecode into the native code or the machine code, you can say, which is the ultimate code which your computer and hardware can understand. Okay, so this conversion of bytecode to native code, machine code is called runtime. Okay, if there is any error, then it is called runtime error in the runtime. Great, that is the whole story. And yes, apart from JIT compiler, JVM also do memory management, thread handling, etc. And yes, remember one thing: JVM is present inside JRE, and JRE is present inside JDK, meaning you only need JDK to install on your system to run the Java programs. So that is the whole process that happens in the background when you writing the Java program, and after that you are running. Okay. Also here I have written the simplest description definition of JDK, then JRE, then JVM, then JIT. So basically whatever I have explained, all this is here in the written format, so that later if you want to refresh or revise all these concepts, then rather than listening to the complete video again, just have a look for 3-4 seconds and your revision will be done. That's a faster way of revision just before the interviews, right? What is compile time and runtime in Java? You already know 70% of the answer. Here is the process of converting the Java code into bytecode and then that into native code, which I explained in the previous question, right? Now, what is compile time? And here is the answer. Compile time is the phase during which Java source code is translated to bytecode by the Java compiler. So this process from Java code to bytecode is compile time. Okay, then what is runtime? And the answer is here. Runtime refers to the phase during which Java virtual machine execute the compiled byte code. So that is the job of Java virtual machine. And when you run your program, so Java virtual machine only convert the bytecode to native code. So if there are any errors in compile time, what are the main features and advantages of Java? Now I will show you 5 main features of Java, and if you are experienced in Java, then you can easily understand them. But if you are new in Java, then revisit these features and advantages again after some time. Okay. The first advantage of the Java language is that Java is platform independent, meaning Java programs can run on any operating systems, platforms like Windows, Linux, etc. Okay. The second feature is that Java is object oriented, meaning Java supports object oriented concepts like features like encapsulation, inheritance, polymorphism, and abstraction. Okay. Third feature is Java is robust and secure. Robust because Java can have automatic memory management concept. Okay, you do not have to remove the memory and all, so that is done by Java itself. And secure, Java is, yes, Java have many features for security. Next feature is Java supports multi-threading. Yes, and the last advantage is Java has rich standard libraries. Rich standard libraries means, for example, suppose you want to to perform sorting, filtering in your application. Then Java has many inbuilt classes and functions for these common functionalities. Okay, so inbuilt means Java already have some classes and functions inside it. You just have to call those functions to use them. Okay, that is inbuilt. All right, whatever now I have explained, I have written here in very simplest terms, and that will help you in revision. And that is the answer of this question. Now, yes, one more thing. This is like a very high level idea, but in upcoming questions, we will discuss more questions on what is multi-threading, how Java implements multi-threading, what are the standard libraries, many standard libraries we will discuss. Then most importantly, the object-oriented concepts, which is very important from interview point of view. That also we will cover in very detail. Okay. Here is a very interesting short question. How is Java platform independent? Why convert Java into bytecode? See, if this is the diagram, which I already explained in previous code, bytecode and code is very simple. Okay? So answer is written in table JVM. So executed smoothly. Great. That is the short answer of this question. How to set up VS Code for Java? This is not an interview question, and if you already know about Eclipse or any other code editor, then they are also equally good. But I am using VS Code. Code for running Java programs because of its code selected here by default. And again, the result here, the output is code. And as I said earlier, just I'm using it because of its code fonts. You can see how the contrast is so good for teaching and presenting, right? So great. That is the whole process of setting up VS Code for Java. What is main method in Java? What is the role of public, static, and void in it? This is a coding question, so let's see the code. Here is our very first basic program in Java. Class I will explain later, okay, in upcoming questions. Let's focus on this main method. See, we already know inside JDK we have JVM. JVM, right? JVM is what? JVM is a program only, which is created by the Java creators. Okay, now listen carefully. Whenever you execute any program, the JVM program will first execute it. And like we call methods in our normal Java program, similarly, the JVM program will call this main method from inside it. Okay, so JVM program will call the main method. That's how this main method will be executed. Got it? In a way, you can also say that the main method in Java is the first method to be executed by the JVM. Or you can say that the main method is the entry point for a Java program. Okay. Now the second part of the question is, what is the role of public, static, and void? Okay, these keywords. See, if you are new to Java, new to these keywords, then I will explain them in detail in upcoming question. But here I will give you a very short description of these keywords. Okay, so public is an access specifier, meaning by using this public keyword, now your main method will be accessible from outside, even outside this first code class. And that is the reason why the JVM program, which is outside this first code class, is still able to access your main method. That is the reason. Okay, then this main method can't be accessible if this is not public. Suppose I do it private. Private means now this main method is not accessible outside this first code class. And if I will try to run this, so see at the bottom here, you will find main method not found in first code. Okay, because main method is not accessible by the JVM. Clear? The second keyword is static, which makes this main method as a static method, meaning you can call this main method directly from inside the JVM without even creating the object of this first code class. Okay, so that is the purpose of a static. And then we have void, which means main method is not going to return anything. That's it. Again, don't worry if you are new to these keywords. I will cover in detail this static also in detail in upcoming questions. All right, great. Now I have copied all the code here, and here also I have posted the description of public keyword, then a static keyword, then what is the purpose of void and main method. All I already explained, but this can help you in faster revision before the interviews, right? What is Java bytecode? What is high level and low level code? All the time we are saying Java is converted to bytecode. But what is this bytecode? See, here is our Java code, okay? Then with the help of the Java compiler tool inside the JDK, this Java code will be converted into this kind of bytecode. So see how complex is this bytecode, okay? This is the same thing, bytecode. And this is complex, that's why we never write bytecode code directly, okay? We write simple Java program, and then it is the responsibility of JDK to convert that into bytecode, okay? Now the simplest definition of bytecode is here. Java bytecode is a platform independent intermediate code generated by the Java compiler. Simple, right? Now, what is high level and low level code? So you already know the answer. Java is the high level, bytecode is the intermediate level, and native machine code is the low level code. Okay, great. I hope now you are feeling more confident about the Java program execution, right? What is Java bytecode? What is high level and low level code? All the time we are saying Java is converted to bytecode. But what is this bytecode? See, here is our Java code, okay? Then with the help of the Java compiler tool inside the JDK, this Java code will be converted into this kind of bytecode. So see how complex is this bytecode, okay? This is the same thing, bytecode. And this is complex, that's why we never write bytecode code directly, okay? We write simple Java program, and then it is the responsibility of JDK to convert that into bytecode, okay? Now the simplest definition of bytecode is here. Java bytecode is a platform independent intermediate code generated by the Java compiler. Simple, right? Now, what is high level and low level code? So you already know the answer. Java is the high level, bytecode is the intermediate level, and native machine code is the low level code. Okay, great. I hope now you are feeling more confident about the Java program execution, right? Congratulations on completing the first chapter of the Java. Now in this chapter, we will cover these questions on variable and data types in Java. See, every software application manages data. For example, library management system application manages the data about the book names, authors, and the students, right? So data is very important. And after completing all these questions, all your doubts about variables and data types will be very clear. Okay, so let's start with the first question. What are variables and data types? What are the types of data types? Remember one thing, the primary responsibility of any software or web application is to process the data by the help of function. For example, in employee management application, we basically manage and manipulate the data only of employees with the help of function. That is the purpose of software application. Now let me show you the code and of for variables. Here is an empty main method. Okay, so like this, first we can declare the any variable and then we can initialize the value of that variable like this. Okay, so now this declaration and initialization can be done in a single line, and that is how like this. Okay, that is how we declare and initialize in a same line. Okay, now we can print these variables count1 and count2, and if I will run the code, run Java program, so here in the output you will find this value 100 and 200. Okay, so data, and now what is data type? These are variables. Now what is data type? Data type, for example, this int define the type of the variable. In short, variable and data types together are used to store and handle data in your program. Okay, great. Now the same code and the definition I have printed here in the book itself. Now, how many types of data types are there? See, here are the two main categories of data types, primary data types and reference data types. But these are categories, like electronics is a category, but the actual products are TV, fridge, mobile. These are actual products. Similarly here, these byte, int, float, class, array, these are the actual data types, but they are categorized into two categories, primitive and reference data type. And we will explore the differences between these primitive and reference data types in upcoming questions, which is a very important question. What are primitive data types? Here is the definition. Primitive Data types in Java are basically built-in data types that directly stores value in memory. Okay, what does this directly means? Okay, for example, here is a variable with an integer data type. Okay, all right. Now inside the Java memory, this variable will be stored something like this in a memory stack. See, we have a variable whose value is directly stored with the variable itself at a particular memory address or location. Okay, so this is how primitive data types like integer directly stored at a particular memory location. So this is completely normal, right? But in reference or non-primitive data types, the storage is not direct, which I will show you in the upcoming question. But for now, here are the types of the primitive data types. And first we have like the byte, short, integer, long. So the major difference between them is their size actually, 1 byte, 2 byte, 4 byte, 8 byte. Okay, so for example, for big numbers you want to store, you should go for 8 bytes. Okay, meaning more the bytes, the greater is the storing capacity. Okay, then we have floating points also in the primitive data types, which can store numbers with decimals. Okay, like this. And float and double are the most popular, and I think there are more. Again, double can store more decimals as comparison to float. Then we have character types, which can store a single character like this. And finally, we have the Boolean type, which can store only and only true or false. And why it is 1 bit? Because the compiler will finally convert the true to 1 and false to 0, nothing else. That's why only 1 bit. Great. That is the whole story of the primitive data types. And in upcoming question, we will explore the non-primitive data types, which are slightly more complex and more important. What are reference or non-primitive data types? Let me explain with an example. See, this simplest reference data type is a string. Okay, so we will take the example of a string. So a string will be stored like this in a stack or memory. Okay, so now listen carefully. If you notice, the variable str is here, but the value hello is not here, right, in this stack. Instead of that, this reference is here. Reference meaning it is the address in a separate memory, like heap that memory is. And there we are storing the value of this string. Okay, hello, it is stored here at a different memory heap location. So this is how it is connected. Okay, so basically Java is maintaining two memories. One is the stack memory, and where the variable and reference is there, and another is the heap memory, where we are storing the address, the reference, or not storing actually, it is the address reference. Okay, and the value of the string. So something similar to the foreign key relationship between two tables in SQL, if you are aware. Okay, great. That is the explanation. And finally, here is the definition of the reference data type. Reference data type in Java are data types that do not store the actual data directly. Okay, not directly, but instead store references to values in memory, references in the heap memory addresses. Okay. And here are some of the reference data types: string, array, interface, enum, class. These are reference data type, and I will explain them in detail in upcoming questions also. Okay. So, but yes, before that, we will include the main differences between primitive and non-primitive data types in the upcoming questions, which is a very important question from interview point of view. Okay. What are the differences between primitive and reference data types? Very important question. So if we have a primitive data type like this, then in the memory, the variable x and its value 10 will be directly stored at this address in the memory stack. Like this. Okay. But if we have a reference data type like this, a string in our Java program, then it will be stored something like this. Here, first the variable, then the value reference will be stored at this address in the stack memory, but the value is not here. That will be in the heap memory at this address location, which is basically the reference. Okay, that means we are maintaining two types of memory for reference data types. One is a stack and another is a heap. Now let's conclude the differences between them. First difference is primitive data types store actual values directly in the memory. Okay, whereas reference data types store references of the value or object and the actual values in the heap memory, different memory. Okay. Next difference is primitive data types mostly hold single value, okay, integer, single value, like above, okay, right, in the stack memory. But the reference data types can hold multiple values. For example, a single variable array in a stack can hold multiple values inside the heap memory. Okay, so that is the advantage of reference data type. Okay, so great. Then next difference is, oh, yes, primitive data types have fixed storage once you decided it is final. Okay, for example, int have a fixed storage, whereas reference data types have variable storage sizes, meaning you can add multiple values in the heap memory anytime corresponding to a single variable in a stack, like an array. Okay, so this is also an advantage why we have this complex memory management for reference types. Okay, last difference is primitive data types are stored in the stack memory, you already know, whereas reference data types are stored in the heap memory with their references actually stored in the stack. Great, that is the differences between the primitive and non-primitive data types. All are written here so that later when you are revising, then you can revise them in 2-3 seconds only from the book.
Self-work.
Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now in this chapter, we will explore the questions about various operators used in Java step by step. The question list is long,
It is actually getting a bit boring now. I'm just like writing stuff that I already know, kind of. It's been 2 hours, bro. Still need to get through like 3 more sections. Should I note everything down even? I'm not sure, man. I'm like trying to like reduce stuff, but still. Been silent for like an hour now and just realized I started showing. This is getting boring, man. Even if I just do this and go for lead code, after that, I don't think I would have enough energy to also do Spring Boot, man. Ah, this is fucked, kind of. I mean, a lot of the starting today was just me planning stuff out too, but still, I need to go through the Spring Boot as well. I don't know, should I like just go to Spring Boot right after this? Should I go to lead code? I mean, lead code is more fun. Oh no. Fuck, man. Floating point types. Fuck man, this shit is so like it's not hard, but it's like just fucking.
But operators are very, very easy. The duration of most of the questions is very short. And if any question is too easy for you, then just increase the playback speed of the video. Okay. So let's start with the first question of this chapter. What are operators? What are the
I think this particular chapter would be pretty fast to go through, but the next two chapters, the control statements, are both like 15 minutes long. Hmm.
types of operators in Java? This is a very easy and simple question. Here you can see one math expression, x plus y equal to z. Here this plus and equal to are operators, and they are performing operations on operands which are x and y. Okay. Similarly, we have 7 categories of operators in Java, and here they are. Remember, these are only categories. Okay. These are not the actual types of operator. And finally, here are the actual types of the operator.
I try to make all these like written in like just one section instead of like a gazillion sections. Fuck, I'm not even monitoring my chat, bro. Wow. Mhm.
Operators. Okay, and here is the simplest definition of operators. Operators are symbols or keywords used to perform operation on operands. That is the answer to this question. Now, in the upcoming question, I will quickly explain you all the types of operators very quickly. It will not take much time. Okay. What are arithmetic operators? Here, the types of operator style of subtraction, multiplication. What are assignment operators? Again, very easy way of shortcut way of writing. Okay. Then operators basically again solve your own doubts. Okay. What are comparison operators? When to use them? And why? Basically, it is equal to 5, which are will be greater than already put are used to evaluate conditions, okay, because they always return true or false boolean value. So we use them inside the if else condition and switch conditions. And now the same code I have pasted here in the book also with the definition. Now they don't ask what are logical operators, when should I use them. These are again, and you can see we have logical or operator. It means if any and why. Here in the book the code is here which I explained you in the VS Code, and the definition. What are unary operators? Here is the unary operator in the list, and since it's with operators that operates on a single operand, a equal to a plus, okay? Remember unary A and B, so it's a operand, and that I will explain in upcoming question. What are ternary or conditional operators? Here is my favorite and very important operator which we call ternary because it operates on 3 operands. Let me show you the code. So this is our main method, and here we have 2 variables x and y. Now suppose you want to set the variable result value by using the ternary operator. So this question mark and this colon together are called ternary operators. It is called ternary because it will operate on 3 operands. So here in this example, x greater than y, this which is returning a boolean value, is the first operand. Then this a is the second operand, and this b is the third operand. We will get the result by operating on all these 3 operands, right? Now listen carefully the working of this ternary operator. Here, if x greater than y is true, then the result will be set as the expression which is just after the question mark. Okay? And if x greater than y condition is false, then set the result which is after the colon. Okay? And here we can print the result also. You can see x is greater than y, above x is 10, y is 5. That means x greater than y is true. So the expected result is A. And I have written here the output, but here also you can see the output is A. Okay? Great. That is the ternary operator. Now the same example I have printed in the book also, and here I have also illustrated how it's the working. Remember, this a condition only, x greater than y. This must be a condition which should return either true or false, nothing else. Okay. Finally, here is the definition. Ternary operator or conditional operator evaluate a boolean expression and return one of the 2 values based on the result. Okay. Second point is it is mostly used with conditional assignments. Okay. And third point is it is called ternary operators because it operates on 3 operands. That's it. And yes, I will do a comparison of this ternary operator with the if else condition in upcoming question. Okay, so that you know which. What is an instance of operator? Here is the answer will be, if I will print the result here. See, not for strings, but sometimes we have to check whether an object is of some instance of some class or not. Okay, so then this instance of operators help us in checking that thing. Great, that is the answer to this question, and the same code I have pasted here in the book also. And here's the simplest definition of the instance of operator. The instance of operator is used to check if an object is an instance of a specific class or a type or not. So this information will basically help you in the revision, doing the quick revision. Okay. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will explore the question on control statements, basics. For example, if else and the looping statements. This is very, very important. So even if you know the answer of some of them, still revise them at least once. Maybe you can increase the playback speed of the video. Okay. So let's start with the first question of this chapter. What are control statements in Java? Let me explain with an example. Suppose you start the Java program with a simple variable initialization I equal to 0. Now after that, you are checking a condition using the if condition whether I is greater than 0. If I is greater than 0 is true, then flow 1 is the right flow and this and 1 will be executed. And if I is not greater than 0, then flow 2 is the flow and 2 will be executed. Okay. And you know the result because I equal to 0. Therefore, the second flow will be executed, the and 2 will be executed. Right. So basically, this if condition is an example of control statement because the definition of control statement is control statement manages the flow of execution in a program, meaning the program will execute at this side or this side. That will be decided by the control statements. Okay. Now listen carefully. In your Java program or application, which flow to choose and which flow not to choose is decided by the control statement. And same as this if condition, we have multiple other control statements which help us to decide this. Okay. So here are the 3 categories. One is conditional statements, then there are looping statements and branching statements. These are the categories. Inside the conditional statements, we have the if else, we already know. Then we have the switch statement, and then we have the ternary operators. Okay. Then inside the looping statement, we have the for loop, while loop, do while loop, and for each loop. So as I said, these are the categories. Conditional is different, looping is different, and branching. Under the branching statement, we have the break keyword and the continue and the return keyword. Okay. So in the upcoming questions, I will cover all these control statements in separate question. Okay. By using all these control statements, you can decide the flow of execution in your application. Great. And yes, one more thing. Actually, this ternary operator and for each are not actually the control statements. Basically, for example, this ternary operator is used to simplify the if-else condition only. Ternary operator is an operator, which I already explained. But I don't want to confuse you. So consider ternary operator also a control statement, and for each is also used to simplify the for loop only. But you can also consider it as a separate control statement in Java. Great. That is the answer of this question. And in upcoming question, we will discuss and see all these control statements in detail. What are conditional statements?
If else the else. think I should not just follow this particular course. I think I should also add in my own notes. Add in from my own notes because I feel there's like some stuff that's been left in it. You really touch typecasting basically is my question. Will you at all touch typecasting? How do I search for typecasting, bro? I needed to write typecasting after data type. Hmm. We'll write typecasting after that. Maybe I could like just make like a line here and then whatever I missed here and then talk about variables. We had already talked about them. For that, basically, yeah, we could. Yeah. I think I should just like make a line here and then instead of making the line first, let's just write this shit down. Oh, that was done. Every case is preferred. So keywords are variable names. Yeah, I've decided to just basically add my own stuff as well in between whatever I think is being missed by the course, and that has been like stuff relating to that stuff has been covered. I'm basically adding typecasting, variable naming convention, stuff like that. Int y equals to bracket of int. Okay, this is a manual typecasting. I think this print and println would be more in string. I don't even know if it will be. I guess I will put it myself. I don't think I have the space for it here anyways. Maybe I'll do it right now. Also escape sequences. I guess that should be in strings anyways, right? Like escape sequences. But if I'm writing print, I need to write escape sequences. It's kind of fucked. Just printf. Yeah, maybe I'll do just these and escape sequences here. Does he do escape sequences? Does he do print? Doesn't do either, so set those. What is slash rs gives you? But what even is the fucking use of it? Like, just don't print hello world, bro. Like, what? But then I don't even mention it, bro. I think I should though. Fuck. So I do not even understand what slash r is, bro. Like, okay, I understand that goes back to the start of it, but I don't understand the condition. Like, why did it not do it for these and these and these? Just because they were like one length longer than this? Like a new length it prints? But like, how does it determine that?
statements, what is if, else if, and else conditions. So here are the types of the conditional statement, and this if else is the simplest and the most basic kind of conditional statement. Let's understand with the help of the code. Here is our main method, and inside that we have an integer num equal to 0. Now we can use the if keyword like this, and inside the bracket we we can put the condition. Okay, so if num is greater than 0, which it is not, then this statement will be executed. But since num is not greater than 0, therefore this statement will not be executed. So then if this condition is false, this if condition is false, then you can further use the else if block like this. Here you can check a different condition, num less than 0, then code inside the else if block will be executed. Okay, but this is also false because num is equal to 0, right? Then you can also add one more else if condition like this, and same way it will be executed if else if this num equal to 0 written true, which again it is not. At the end, in case all of these conditions are failed, then we have the else block for it. So if none of the above condition are true, then this else condition will be automatically executed. Okay, so that is the purpose of the else block. And if I execute this, then you know the result, because num is equal to 0, therefore the else condition is fired and 0 is in the output. Okay, great. Now the same code and the explanation I have copied here, and the definition is also here. Conditional statement helps in decision making based on the specified condition. Second point about conditional statement is there can be multiple else if blocks, okay, but only and only one if and else block. Okay, third point is only one block will be executed at a time, meaning it will be never like first the if condition will be executed and then else if condition block will also be executed. Okay, this will never happen. Great. Now in the upcoming question I will explain the switch condition, the second one, which is a more advanced and conditional statement. Okay, more important also. What are looping statements in Java? What is while loop? Loop, English meaning is a thing which repeats itself. Okay, and here is the simplest definition of looping statement. Looping statements are used to execute a block of code repeatedly based on the condition. Okay, then here are the types of looping statements in Java, and now we will discuss about the while loop. Okay, so first we will go to the code. Here we have the main method inside a class. Now first we will initialize a variable I, or you can say counter, like this. Okay, then what we will do, we have a statement like this where we are printing the above variable, and we want that this statement should be in a loop. It should repeat. Okay, now the problem is we want to control its execution. We do not want that it should be printed infinitely. Okay, so therefore we will use the while keyword and then set the condition, and then inside the curly braces we will put this statement. Okay, this means now our code block is controlled by the while loop condition. Okay, it will only execute until this I variable or this counter value is less than equal to 5. But still, if we run this application, then this will run infinite times and it will print 1 1 1 1 1, because it is this I variable is always 1. Okay, it is not going to be less than 5. So to prevent this, what we will do, we will increment. We will use the increment. All right. So with every iteration, the value of the counter will be incremented. And now if we will execute this statement, then here you can see first the value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So while loop is keep on iterating and repeating the code until this condition I is less than equal to 5. Once I value will become 6, then this condition will be false, and then the loop will be terminated, finished, and execution will come here at the bottom. Okay, so great. That is the while loop. Here is the same code, and here I have also pointed out the initialization condition increment in this loop, and here is the definition of while loop. A while loop iterates a block of code while a certain condition is true. Okay, great. That is all about the while loop. Now in the upcoming question I will explain the for loop, which is more used than this while loop. Okay, what is the difference between while and for loop? So I already explained while loop, and here is the code and the definition is here. Okay, now let's quickly understand for loop by comparing it with while loop. All right, so here is the code of the for loop, and the purpose of both the code is exactly the same, basically iterating and repeatedly executing a block of code. Okay, but here in the for loop, if you notice, in this one single line we have the initialization of the variable, then we have the condition there, and then we are also incrementing or updating the counter also. Okay, all in one single line. All right, but here in the while loop, the initialization is at different point, the condition is at different, and the increment is at different point. And also with the while loop, we have only the condition is mandatory. These are not mandatory, the initialization and increment. Okay, so that is the difference between these two loops. So here is the definition of for loop. A for loop iterate a block of code a certain number of times, meaning it is not solely depend on the condition. It is number of times. Okay, so this for loop, if I will here is the same code, exactly same code, and if I will execute this, as I said, the result will be same. It will execute this line 5 numbers of time until this condition is false. Okay, so that is the answer to this question, and that is the explanation for the for loop. What is the difference between break and continue statement? Very important question from interview point of view. Let's go to the code. Here you see we have a very simple for loop which I already explained, and if I run this, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside it. Okay, but suppose inside the loop you have a requirement that we want to exit the loop when the value of the I will become 3. Okay, for that you will use if block, if condition like this. If I equal to 3, then what we will do, use the break statement to exit the loop. Okay, this says that when the for loop is iterating, and if I is equal to 3 at any point of time, then by looking at this break statement, the execution will move outside the for loop. It will completely terminate the for loop. Okay, remember, completely. So now if I run the application, see the output are now only 1 and 2. After that break, it saw this break and then loop is terminated. That is break statement. Okay, now let's see the example of continue. So here is the same code, same for loop, same if condition. Just instead of break, we have continue keyword here. Now continue, what continue will do? Listen carefully. Here inside the if condition, if continue is there, then the continue statement will just stop and skip the rest of the statements of this for loop. Okay, skip this code, and then it will continue from the starting of the for loop. All right, from the next point, from the next increment. So if I run this code, then see the result is 1, 2, and then at I equal to 3 we have continue. So this will not be printed 3, then for loop will be I value will become 4, and then 4 will be printed. Okay, then again 5 will be printed, and this condition will be true only one time when I is equal to 3. So that is the continue thing, which basically used to continue the loop. Skip. Now let me show you the definition. So here is the code of the break loop, break statement, and here is the code of the continue statement. The definitions are: break statement is used to terminate the loop completely. Okay, whereas continue statement is used to skip the current iteration of the loop and move on to the next iteration of the loop. So it will not completely exit the loop; it will just skip the current iteration. Okay, that is the answer to this question. Congratulations on completing the previous chapter. Now we will explore the advanced control statements. It's like a do-while loop, for each loop, switch statement, ternary operator, etc. Remember, basics are a must, but in interviews, they ask the advanced questions more. Okay, so therefore, these are very important. And after completing this chapter, you will be super confident about all the control statements. So let's start with the first question of this chapter. What is the difference between while and do-while loops? Okay, very important question asked in many interviews. And we already know the while loop. Here is the code, and here is the definition. We already know. Okay, definition is while loop iterate a block of code while a certain condition. This condition is true. Okay, but if this condition is false, the loop will not execute a single time. Okay, that is the thing. Now here is the code of do-while loop, and here you can see do-while is very much similar to this while loop only, but here this do block code comes before the while condition. Meaning, when you will run this program, then after the variable declaration, this do block will execute, okay, without any condition check. Then the while condition will be checked, all right? And if the condition is failing, then again the do block will not execute. And if the condition is not failing, then do block will again execute. So what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that a do while loop is like the while loop only, except that the do block of code is executed at least once, okay, even the condition is false. So here you, as I said, the do block will run first time always, but from the second time based on the condition. So let me show you the code here of do while. Here is the same code, and if I run this code, see, int I equal to 5, meaning this while I is less than 4, is condition is failing, but still this line will execute at least once, so I is printed here as the output 5, okay. But then after printing one time, then the condition will be checked. I equal to 5, I plus plus will make it 6, then 6 is less than 4, which is not true, so do block will not execute second time, alright. So I hope it is clear to you, and that is the answer to this question. How to decide which loop to use in real applications? Very, very important question from practical point of view. So if you want to check the knowledge of someone, you will ask that when to use while loop, when to use for loop. Okay. So here is the for loop code, then here is the while loop code, and here is the do while loop code. I already explained all of them previously, right? Now mostly we use the for loop. Okay. The reason is here. Use for loop when you have to initialize a variable, specify a condition, and define an increment all in one line. Okay, this will make your code more compact and readable. See, this is short code, right? For the same thing, you can use while loop like this, but this is long code, and we don't want to use long code, right? So the question is when to use while loop, and here is the right situation where you have only the condition. There should not be any initialization or increment. In this kind of situation, prefer to use while loop. Okay, and here's the answer: use while loop when there is only condition without initialization and increment. Then you cannot, of course, use this for loop because there is initialization and increment. Okay, then when to use do while? That is very simple. Use do while when you have to iterate the loop at least one time without checking the condition, irrespective of condition. So that is the loop, and that is the answer to this question. And now you know when to use which loop in your application. what is the difference between the for loop and for each loop? When to use each loop? So first thing first, remember for each loop is used to iterate arrays or collections. Okay, so if you are new to arrays and collections, then revisit this question after covering those topics. All right, now let's continue. Suppose you want to iterate an array, and you can also use the for loop like this for the same purpose. Here you first define an array like this, then after that use the for loop, and here set the counter or I equal to 0 as the starting index. This I will be your index of the array. Then set the condition to iterate the array until the length of the array. Okay, and then increment the counter or index with each iteration. All right, now inside the for loop you can just retrieve the element by using the array index and then just print the element number like this. So this is the for loop way of iterating an array. Now for each is more simplified version of this for loop only. Let's go to the code. Here first let's define the array like this, numbers array we have. Okay, now we will use the for loop. For that we use the for keyword only. Now listen carefully. Inside these two brackets, first we will iterate all the element of numbers array one by one in this number variable. Okay, that is the meaning of this code inside the bracket. All right, now inside the curly braces of the for loop, first we will just print the number, this number which we are getting one by one. All right, very simple. And if I run the application, you can see all the number are printed from the numbers array. So that is the how for each loop code is. And here you can see the definition. Here is the code, the same code, and then here is the definition of for loop, and here is the definition of for each. The enhanced for loop is issued to iterate and is used to iterate over elements in an array or a collection without the need for an explicit loop counter. Loop counter, this increment I plus plus and I equal to 0, both of these things are not required here in this for loop for each loop. And you can see this code is much simpler as comparison to this code, right? So that's why Java has provided us this for each loop to iterate the arrays or collection in a more simplified manner. And that is the answer to this question. What is a switch statement? Here is the second type of conditional statement, and that is the switch statement. Let me show you and explain with the help of the code. For example, you have a variable priority equal to value 2, and now you have to find the value of this string variable result. In that case, like this, you can use the switch keyword and pass the above priority of this inside this bracket. Okay, then you can open and close the switch statement with these curly braces. All right, so basically based on the priority, we will set the value of the result variable. Let me show you how. So like if else condition we have, similarly here you can have here the case 1. It means that if the value of priority is 1, then case 1 will be true, and inside this will be executed. Result value will be high. Now, if this is false, case is not 1, then we can, like the else if block, we can put the case 2, and then result will be equal to medium. And at last, if none of the above case statements are true, then we can have the default statement. Okay, so if none is true, then value of the result will be low. This is the switch block, and here you can use multiple cases, but only one default you can use. Okay, that is one thing. Now later you can try printing the value of result, and if you will run this program and you know the value of priority was 2, so case 2 will be executed, the result will be medium here in the output. Okay, great. So that's it. Now you might be asking, why we using the break keyword for every case? Okay, use break statements to exit the switch block. Okay, third is default cases are optional. Okay, this is optional and execute when none of the above cases are matching. Okay, great. Now in upcoming question, I will share the shortest conditional operator, and that is the ternary operator. All right. When to use which type of conditional statements in real world application. So this is the actual very important and very good interview question. How you will decide which conditional statement is good for you in your application at what moment. Okay, so here I will compare the code of all them side by side. Okay, first we have the if else condition code here, and then we have the ternary operator code here, and finally we have the switch statement code here. So now we will first start by understanding the if else condition, when to use it in our application. Now here you can basically you can do the same thing using if else condition, but you can see the difference. You know, switch case looks more structured, right? And also switch cases are generally used more with enums, which I will definitely explain in the upcoming question. But yes, that is the comparison, and now you know when to use what kind of conditional statement in your application at what moment, right? All right.
Little fucking Libra. Finally done, bruh. Finally, the last thing is this interview. Yeah, I think I will like each day like stop at the interview. Okay, so these are new questions actually, this mock interview. So these are like the questions that I would be doing tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. done these. Tomorrow I'm doing the next 5: string builder, arrays, and oops. Oops part before inheritance and polymorphism, basically. Yeah, up to 52. Oh, that's not that much. Let's see. And I will do the mock interview tomorrow as well. Holy fuck, bro, this took quite a bit of time. Yeah. I might like finish this course earlier than what I expected, because since I only need to do the core Java part, right? I don't need to do this part at all. And maybe not even this part. Maybe I'll like go through this part. Yeah, I'll go through this part and maybe try to do some of these. No, I'll try to do. I don't need to do this time, but that means I'm done with this for today. It's nice, I'm done with this for today. Okay, I'll like fill it up like per day after like finishing the section. Yes, I've done this for today. So I'll probably be like done with this in like 5 days, theoretically speaking. That means I would need to focus on LC here, Spring here, right? Reach code time it is, finally. The fuck is hash set? Yeah, string builder and string buffer. I did do that. I feel like it did more stuff. Hash set. We'll be starting with hash set today. Next up is DSA. So that means we will be ending the day with Spring. I'm not sure how that's gonna go because yeah. But for now we have something nice in our hands, which is Leet Code. Where he does talk about string pool in this. I was thinking like I will go through this video at the start for like Leet Code. Then I'll move on to the 150 and then I'll go over to
Work with focus, I noticed a big improvement in my progress and how perfect, even I fall victim to this sometimes too. But when I became aware of the problem and put steps in place to help myself work with focus,
oh. We are finally here, bro.
I noticed a big improvement in my progress and how far ahead it puts you. For example, this Leet Code video has over 100 slides, and I'm sure 98% of people will not make it to the end completing every single question. I could talk on this topic for ages, but that's not what this video is about, so instead I'll play this clip to summarize my thoughts. Quick bit of context, this guy Chamath was a vice president at Facebook in the early years, focused on user growth.
Oh yeah, I remember he like randomly brings in like fucking graph questions. Yeah, I remember he like randomly start talking about the graph questions in between array questions. Does anybody talk about graphs? Like he's suddenly having graphs there. Oh, why is my YCS not working, man? Oh, but like YCS is not even working. It's not even showing up here. What am I supposed to do with this? I just reload the website. Would it work?
That at the end. So if we had a really
Oh yeah, I remember I was watching it and he just randomly had a spiral matrix like a fucking graph question in the thing.
so now we should be ready to get
You have one brain.
you. I know you are here for leak code, but it's important to remember why we are doing this in the first place. So I'll run through this section very quickly. And I don't want this to be a FANG interview type channel, so I've uploaded all the information you see here on my Patreon. Step 0 is to be able to sit down and work for at least 2 hours straight uninterrupted. I cannot stress enough the importance of this and just how much working on this has helped me in my life. Just take a look at the world today. The most viewed content in the world has camera cuts every 2 to 3 seconds. On top of that, a large number of people struggle to carry out activities without interruption on their phones or something similar, whether it be programming or taking a break with a walk, and sometimes this can be very damaging to our progress. I'm not perfect, even I fall victim to this sometimes too, but when I became aware of the problem and put steps in place to help myself work with focus, I noticed a big improvement in my progress and how far ahead it puts you. For example, this leak code video has over 100 slides, and I'm sure 98% of people will not make it to the end completing every single question. I could talk on this topic for ages, but that's not what this video is about, so instead I'll play this clip to summarize my thoughts. Quick bit of context, this guy Chamath was a vice president at Facebook in the early years, focused on user growth, helping grow the platform to 1 billion users, so he knows a thing or two about the effects of constantly using our phones on our ability to focus.
It's hard. Think about how all this stuff plays together. How does trying to get, posting your fucking waffles online relate to me starting a business and accumulating capital? This is wiring your brain for super fast feedback. It's the same brain you're using to build a company. Don't think they're not the same. Do you know what I'm saying? No? Yes? No? Yes. Yes, right? You have one brain. So you're training your brain here, whether you think it or not, whether you know it or not, whether you acknowledge it or not. Acknowledge that these things where you're spending hours a day are rewiring your psychology and physiology in a way that now you have to use to go and figure out how to be productive in the commercial world. So if you don't change this, you are going to get the same behaviors over here. Change this. There's a reason why Steve Jobs was like anti-social media. I am telling you I'm not on these fucking apps. I'm not him by any stretch of the imagination. But I am proactively trying to rewire my brain chemistry to not be short-term focused. I'm telling you they're linked.
Okay, so let's move on to step 1, which is to learn a programming language. If you're watching this video, I hope you already know a programming language, but if not, I would suggest Python. It's the easiest language to learn and the best to work with when solving problems. It also offers a wide range of specialities. You can use Python to transition to web development, data analysis, machine learning, really most other specialities. I have linked the course that I took when I first started, and wherever you're watching this, I'll make it available. I'm not affiliated in any way, I just think it's a great course, and from my experience, paid courses are generally better. The content is more in depth, there's a community, the creators held accountable, and since I've put some investment in them, I usually convince myself to finish them. Once you know what object-oriented programming is, including concepts like classes, inheritance, and abstraction, you're good to go. You should be able to build something small without following a tutorial like a rock paper scissors game in the terminal, and be able to add new ideas yourself. For example, randomizing who starts the game, you or the computer, or like in this example, keeping score. And if I told you to create a parent class choice, you should understand how to add rock, paper, or scissors to implement that choice, and maybe you can have an abstract method which returns that choice as a string. It doesn't have to be good, just a small project done solo to make sure you get the hang of the language. And honestly, that's it for learning Python. Step 2, data structures and algorithms. I definitely think data structures is the more important of the two. You're much more likely to be asked to write a data structure than an algorithm from scratch in an interview. Plus, you will be using data structures every day on the job. job, which is not the same for algorithms. And as you'll see, you indirectly cover a lot of the algorithms by doing these LeetCode questions. Step 3 is this video. Step 4 is super important. It's your foundations as a software engineer. There's a 20-page doc I put together covering everything from bits to the cloud using what I think is needed from the job. I always refer back to this even now and keep adding to it. It's like my personal cheat sheet and I recommend everyone have one. And steps 5 to 7 are all interview related information.
सब है।
information. And finally, before we get into the technical stuff with Big O notation, I have one last message. Please do not just watch this video or other content without doing the real thing. If you want the best possible chance to do well and remember how to answer LeetCode questions and how to write out date structures, you need to make your own notes. Write out your date structures multiple times. Solve the LeetCodes. Go back and solve them again without looking at the answers. Participate in mock interviews, timed coding challenges. Do the real thing, and you'll be surprised at how much more you can remember by doing this. So now we should be ready to get into the fun stuff. Big O notation. We use time complexity to describe the amount of time it takes to execute a certain algorithm or program. Not hard time like seconds or minutes, but a mathematical generalization of the time taken. And we use space complexity to describe the amount of memory used by the algorithm. Of the two, time complexity is a lot more likely to be focused on. Space is cheap and memory is more readily available. Improvements in time are generally the more often bottleneck and felt more by the users. And when we talk about these complexities, we are referring to them as the size of the input grows. And this is technically where the Big O definition comes from. You don't need to remember this technical definition, but it's good to know the origin. So, Big O O is a mathematical notation that describes the limiting behavior of a function when the argument tends towards a certain value or infinity. And finally, the reason we use Big O is to help us describe the performance of an algorithm in relation to the size of the grown input. This provides us with a simple way to compare and analyze different algorithms' efficiencies. So let's look at an example. Let's say we are given a problem where we have a list of n numbers of unknown length simple way to compare and analyze different algorithms' efficiencies. Big O is to help us describe the performance of an algorithm in relation to the size of the grown an input. This provides us with a simple way to compare and analyze different algorithms' efficiencies. So let's look at an example. Let's say we are given a problem where we have a list of n numbers of unknown length and we do not know what numbers are in the list. We are asked to use code to find and return true if the number 2 is in the list and false if the number 2 is not in the list. Our solution could be to go through every position in the list and check if the number at that position is equal to the number 2. So here is our code, and let's take this list for example. 4 number in list, so we begin at the first index. If the number is equal to 2, then return true. If it's not, then we just continue. And we keep going along our list until we find 2, and then we return true. If 2 was not in the list, then we would reach the end of our loop and we would break out and return false. And the time complexity for this problem is linear. As you can see, as the input size grows, the time taken grows in a straight line. To loop through the entire list of n numbers and make sure that 2 is or is not in the list, it would take n time, or the amount of numbers that are in the given input. We need to check every number in the list once, making this solution O of n, linear time. The longer the list, the bigger n is, and the longer it would take to complete our solution. And it's important to remember here that we are looking at the worst case scenario. If 2 was always at the start of our list, the operation would take constant time, one quick operation. But in our problem, 2 could also be at the end of the list, so we would need to iterate over our entire list to find 2, which as the list of n numbers grows, will take n time to check each number and find 2 at the end of the list, in our worst case scenario. What you're looking at here is 3 different graphs of the same thing. We are plotting the different types of complexities that you must know. We have around 7 complexities to cover, and we'll take a look at them more in the next slide. For now, the best thing you can do is add a graph like this to your notes. Pick the one that you find easiest to remember and refer to. Quickly, we can see that constant operations are the fastest, and this makes sense, right? If we were to pull an item from a list using its index, for example, the 5th item in a list, it will not matter if the list is 5 items or 5,000 items long. It's a constant operation. Logarithmic operations are the next fastest. Some graphs might show log n starting off faster than constant operations, and this might be true in some edge case practical applications due to the mathematical aspects of it, but I would really suggest focusing on the tail end of these graphs, because remember, big O is concerned with, as the input size grows, what happens to the speed of the operations. So we have constant, and then log n or logarithmic, linear, n of log n, which is linearithmic, quadratic, and subsequently cubic, so x to the power 3 and so on. And then we have exponential and factorial. So what you see here is a table of all of the complexities from the previous graph in the fastest to slowest order. I've also linked some more examples, but feel free to pause the video, do your own note taking and understanding. Right now, these concepts are probably still abstract to you, and that's expected. You'll only really grasp them once you put it into practice or do the real thing. And it's like driving a car. You can read everything there is about driving and changing gears, but you won't understand how it's done until you get in the car and drive it. So let's go through this table, and hopefully we should be somewhat aware of the different time complexities that exist before going on to solve problems. So the first one is constant time complexity. And this is where the time taken remains constant regardless of the input size. And this is the example we gave earlier by accessing an element in an array or list by the index. Next up is logarithmic, and this is where the time taken increases logarithmically as the input size grows. Operations are typically halved at each step. Time increases linearly as n goes up exponentially, and this is what gives us that curved shape which looks as if it's becoming a straight line, right? This one here. Next up we have linear, which is a straight diagonal line, and this is where the time taken increases proportionally to the size of the input. So if n doubles, the time taken doubles, and this was the first example that we showed. Next up we have n log n, and this is where the time taken increases in a linearithmic manner. So we often see this in divide and conquer algorithms, and if you're not familiar with what these are or some of these operations on the right here, it's fine, it's to be expected at this point. Next up we have quadratic, so n to the power 2, and the time taken increases quadratically as the input size grows. So each element needs to be compared with every other element, so we could have a for loop within a for loop, for example. After that we have exponential, where the time taken doubles with each addition to n, leading to rapidly growing execution times. So imagine if we had a list, and every time we added an item to that list, the time taken to complete our operation doubles. So this is extremely slow. And the slowest of all is factorial, so the time taken increases factorially with each increase in the input size. And if you're unfamiliar with what factorial is, it's something in maths where, for example, if we had 5 factorial, so 5 followed by the exclamation point, this would be 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1, which is equal to 120. And so if we had 10 factorial, this equals 3,628,800. So you can see the rapid time increase going from just 5 to 10 factorial and how slow factorial operations are. So that's big O notation. There will be more material and detailed examples linked in this document, but this will definitely get easier with practice. So for now, let's move on to problem solving. We have all the theoretical knowledge in place. It's material and detailed examples.
हेलो, किसका? अभी मैं कुछ काम कर रहा हूँ, मैं बाद में कर दूंगा।
examples linked in this document, but this will definitely get easier with practice. So for now, let's move on to problem solving. We have all the theoretical knowledge in place. It's time to get practical. We need a framework for solving problems. I see many people fail in interviews because they don't have their own familiar process for problem solving. Not only does this help with solving the problem, but it gives an interviewer confidence in your critical thinking skills, and it allows them more opportunities to guide you on the right path. So step 1 is always to read the problem twice and understand it. If you're in an interview, take the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. For example, is there a range of numbers in the problem, or can it go from positive to negative infinity? It might not help you directly, but it helps you understand the problem space and get a bit more comfortable. And again, it shows the interviewer that you have critical thinking skills. Next, you want to think and verbalize different ways of solving the problem. At this point, you want to think of high-level approaches. And to get you started and feeling more comfortable, you can always start with the brute force approach. This might be the slowest complexity solution you can think of, but you can voice the fact that you know the solution is not ideal and that you just have one rough idea to get you started. You can think of more solutions, and for the best 1 or 2 solutions, take it more deeply and think about the solution end to end, from input to output, and the steps between. It's important to take all of these steps before coding out, because remember, even Einstein said if he had 1 hour to solve a problem, he would spend 55 minutes thinking about the problem and 5 minutes on the solution. So if you're not in an interview setting, I'd really recommend putting pen to paper and drawing out the problem and drawing out potential solutions with the pseudocode to go with it. And we'll see this in practice when we come to look at the questions. This will help you visualize your solution and see any steps that you might be missing. This is good when practicing because the more you draw things out, the more you begin to see the same patterns in different questions, and the solutions become second nature. So draw out the answer you think is the best, step by step, and write the pseudocode, from which you can now start coding out your answer. Once you have the answer and you can get it to work, see if you can improve it, or think of faster solutions that might take a different approach. After that, go through other solutions, even if you answered correctly. LeetCode lets you see the top solutions. However, be careful. A lot of the top answers take the competitive programming approach of writing the answer, chaining together several operations in one line in an almost non-readable fashion. I would suggest completely ignoring these answers because you want your code to be readable. This is something interviewers look out for. So look for the answers which seem logical and readable, and the comments will often include time complexities and good discussions around the solution which you can benefit from. So with all that being said, we now have a system in place for answering coding problems, and we have the foundation of the time and space complexities in our heads. Let's finally get our hands dirty and get into the fun stuff, answering some questions. I'd suggest pausing the video and trying to solve each question by yourself and coming back to discuss the solution. Follow the link in the titles or look for the same named question on LeetCode and try to solve it. You should also have your notes page ready where you can write the solution out and notes about what you've learned. So when you come back to practice, it's all there and it triggers your memory. If it takes you longer than 15 to 20 minutes to come up with an answer, or you're not working through one, I'd suggest going straight to the solution in the interest of working efficiently. Then try to write out the solution and later in the day come back to the question without looking at the solution. So this is the arrays section and duplicate values is our first question. And while I was making these notes, I added this banner here as a guide where it shows the percentage of people who have passed this question successfully on the first try. It's not something to take note of honestly because anyone can look up the questions or go straight to the solution and write their answer, but it was just a good way for me to try and hit a range of difficulties in questions when working through each section. So let's take a look at this question. Given an integer array nums, return true.
Given an integer array nums, return true if any value appears at least twice in the array, and return false if every element is distinct. Alright. Okay, I think we can just use a set here. Have some hash set codes here. Let's choose one of those. So we can just use set here, right? So set All right. Okay, I think I can just include nums in here. I'm pretty sure. No, not like that. I'll just like loop through for n nums if set I'm writing hash set, bro, num set. Dot contains n return true. Else num set dot add and I don't need to return the indexes, right? Yeah, I just need to return the boolean and then return false basically, right? After the loop is ended. If loop ends, that means the entire thing is finished. I think this should just run in the first try, bro. Sure. Wow, how did I do anything wrong, bro, at all? Bro, what the fuck? Bro, Java is just genuinely terrible, bro. That's good. Okay, and I also need to maintain like a list of what are the problems that I'm doing in lead code. So why not just use this one and lead code question performed. Okay. Serial number. Question confirmed. Question. Date. Topic. I think I need to replace these two. I don't know how to replace two things. So date and lead code question, serial number, date, lead code question, and what topic it was. Yeah, that looks nice. 1, 2, 3. Bro, no. 2, 3. No, bro. Why does it not do that, bro? I do not know Excel, man. Date. What is date today? 10, 12, 25. Why does it show that? Just show the date, bro. Please, why does it show that? Yeah. So the question was, we need to submit it, right? I don't know if there are like some edge cases that it does not handle. It does handle every edge cases with pretty good time complexity. I could just call it what? What is the number of the question? I've done so many of attempts for this question. 5 July 2022, 23, 24. We're in 25. I've done it in Java before. I wanted to see the description. 2017 LC217 contains duplicates. I mean, does difficulty even matter? I think it does. Yep, that's good enough. How do you do this? Like, how do you increase the number like that? I don't know Excel at all, man. So yeah, this one has run.
If any value appears at least twice in the array, and false if every element is distinct. And we have some examples down here. So because 1 is in this list twice, we return true. And because there is no double or duplicate value in this list, we return false. So immediately I can think of one solution where we loop through the list, and at each point we loop again to check if the number exists twice. So at 1 we would loop and we would go a nested loop to find this one. And if this one did not exist, then we would go to the 2 and then we would send out another loop forward. This solution is quite slow, however, because we have a nested loop and it would take around quadratic time or n squared time complexity. A better solution would be to use our Python skills and use a set. A set in Python is a built-in data type which does not allow for duplicates amongst other properties. So if we take a set of the given list and we check the length of it against the length of the original list, we will know for certain that any difference in the numbers means there was at least one pair of duplicate numbers. This solution is O of n, a lot faster than the nested loops. And down here you can see I wrote some notes to myself.
Oh yeah, this is like also like very good as well because I'm at least like adding individually and checking. No, but in my case, I think my case is even better because if like, so that one would work if like, my case would be as good as the worst case of that. So that would be like linear time for each, right? Depending on how long the set is. It just checks the length, that's linear time. But I think mine would be like even lesser time comparatively because I'm inserting the numbers one by one. So for example, if the duplicate is on the 0th index and the first index, mine would be faster, I think.
At the time that I was practicing on how to create a set in Python and the lookup time for sets, and I encourage you to do the same. So fairly simple, and I don't think it's worth whiteboarding this solution. Next up in arrays, we have missing number, and without even reading the question, I have left a little
LC268. When an array number containing n distinct numbers in the range 0 to n, return the only number in the range that is missing from that array. The number that is in the range 0, 3, 2 is the missing number in the range since it does not appear in nums. Okay, I understand that. Okay, I mean, one answer is like pretty basic that I can think of already. It's like for int I equals 0, I plus I less than nums dot length. I'm not sure how do you even like look for the length. Is it dot length bracket or is it just like dot length? I'm actually not sure. I mean, it doesn't matter if it is not that, it's the other one. If int equals I equals to 0, I plus I less than nums of length. If also we could just make also like a hash set since we can like look up stuff in linear time. Hash set of integers num set equals to new hash set. That's how you populate a hash set, right? So like if I want to like populate it with a particular list at the start, I'm not sure whether I think it is how it is done. This is how it is done. No, but in this particular case, let's say the list has 4 things. We'll only check up till 3, right? Less than or equals to, we'll just say that, right? Bro, this fucking keyboard is fucked. Yeah, so in this case, yeah, for this loop we'll just check if num set dot contains I continue, else return I. Return else. Right, I think this should just work, right? I'm not sure actually. Let me review it. We're creating a hash set with everything in it for int I equals 0. I mean, I assume there would be like a better option than this to solve the question, but since we just like populate the set with the number and it's like starting from 0 and it says a sequence of number, the num set should contain it, and if it does not, just return the num set, right? I'm not sure, might be wrong. I think this function call could be wrong. Yeah, what does that mean? Less than equals to is equals to before, maybe. Okay, so that error is gone now. Warp nums.length should work, no? Wait a fucking minute, bro. How the fuck do we use? Oh, I don't want ChatGPT to tell me everything, so I'll just type this in ChatGPT. Oh my god, I was writing the loop wrong. Wow, that is just fucked. That is genuinely just making me mad right now. Int I equals to 0, I less than nums.length. That's how you write nums.length, okay. I plus plus. Man, that is just fucked that I wrote the loop wrong. Well, yeah, because increment is at the end, bro. You just write the range first. What happened now? Man, there's no way you are asking me to do that. There's just genuinely no way you were asking me to do that. This language is terrible. What? Wait a minute, do you not use that? Use commas? No, that's not true. It's normal what I'm writing. I equals 0. I less than equals to. I can't use less than and equals to. Bro. I did write that before. It's just that like fucking. Maybe if I just do not have a return statement here, it would run. But I feel like it just would not run if say that there's no return statement. Integers? Bro, why did I write integers? Genuinely, if I have to write the shit on a fucking news like paper, bro, I would be cooked. And so it goes to new hash set. Why? What was the reason that you think it's not true? Bro, genuinely, my coding skills have gone to shit. Initiate. But it's just a normal step, then that means there's no problem there. Okay, it's an array. Yeah, it's an array. What if num is an array? How do I populate set with an array? Do I need to do this? Nah, that is fuck that I need to do that. But there must be like a better solution than this, bro. I just know there's a better solution than this. Like how I'm only. This is just like a terrible solution. This it should not be that many lines. This feels wrong, bro. Return now. Let's see, bro. This is just like a terrible answer though because I need to do that. Reach 23% and 7%, bro. That's a terrible answer. Okay, let me think about how I can like fix it before like doing some shit like that. So since it's a list, I mean, bro, the easiest answer is like things to be like a hash set anyways because you need to look it up the thing, right? How could I better this answer, bro? I mean, the set answer looks so easy because you can easily look up the number that you're trying to look up, right? Is there like a better way to look up the to like integer, like the better way for the second loop? But I think we would need a hash set regardless. But how we use the hash set is up on us, right? I'm not sure actually. I'm actually not sure. What are the solutions?
Hey everyone, today we are going to solve the LeetCode question missing number. Okay, so let me explain with this example. So in this case, we know that missing number is 2. And I think that there are several ways to solve this question, but my strategy involves utilizing the difference in indices to find the missing number. So index number should be 0, 1, 2, right? So the reason why we use the index number is that, so we know that we have index number from 0 to 2. So we compare total number of index number with total number of all elements so that we can find the missing number, right? So formula is, so let's say result, so plus equal, so index number minus
And you just minus it from the total length, right? The difference between the two sums, you just minus it from the total length.
current number, so nums and I. Okay, so let's begin. First of all, we find 3 and the index number is 0. So 0 minus 3 and the total should be minus 3, right? And then move next, we find 0 and the index number is 1. So 1 minus 0 and this is a 1, right? So total should be minus 2. And then move next, we find 1 and index number is 2. So 2 minus 1 and 1, right? So that's why total is minus 1. And then finish iteration. So problem is missing number is 2, but we get minus 1, right? Why? That's because we should have distinct numbers from 0 to n, right? So n is, in this case, 3. But look at the index number. So we added 0, 1, 2, right? So we forgot to add 3. So that's why we should add plus 3 to result variable. So now we have minus 1, right? So minus 1 plus 3 should be 2, right? So that's why we can find the missing number.
Yo, this does not make sense. Like, please make sense. How does this make
It
sense?
involves utilizing the difference in indices to find the missing number. So index number should be 0, 1, 2, right? So the reason why we use the index.
Okay, let me think about it. That should be the correct, like the sum of the index number should be the correct answer. So if we have the sum of the non-correct list, it would always be bigger by how much? It would always be bigger by 1. Would it? I'm not sure if it would be the correct answer. See, if the number of, I mean, yeah, I think it would always be bigger by 1. I mean, if the missing number is 0, no, it would be bigger by the entire thing, then it would be bigger by n, the number. It's 1. I'm not sure, bro, about this solution. But how does this work? I don't understand how it's working, bro.
Number is that, so we know that we have index number from 0 to 2. So we compare total number of index number with is 1. So 1 minus is 2. So 2 minus 1 and 1, right? So that's why total is minus 1. And then finish iteration. So problem is missing number is 2, but we get minus 1, right? Why? That's because we should have distinct numbers from 0 to n, right? So n is, in this case, 3. But look at the index number. So we added 0, 1, 2, right? So we forgot to add 3. So that's why we should add plus 3 to result variable. So now we have minus 1, right? So minus 1 plus 3 should be 2, right? So that's why we can find the missing number. Okay, so let's check. So if we have index 3 here, so we have 0.
Okay,
0.
now I understand. If I go to the description, n distinct numbers in the range 0 to n. Yeah. Yeah. But would this question solution be better than my solution? This is more like of a solution that I would consider. I could just run one loop and calculate for both, right? So I don't even need this right at this point. For yeah, so for n in nums, res plus equals to n, res equals 0, and temp int and sum equals 0, and res equals 0, res plus equals to 1. Should res also start with 0 or should it start with 1? I think it should start with 0. Yeah, at the end then you just return sum minus res. So res minus sum, right? Wait a minute, would this work or would it be sum minus res? Bro, this is genuinely annoying me, the fucking language. How the answer is minus 28, boy? It's some minus res anyway, so I should just be fine. Result plus equals 1. Wow, how does that make sense, boy? How does that make sense, boy? It should be plus equals to 1. Bro, I'll just write the whole thing, bro. Maybe it's just fucking Java. It's not fucking Java, it's just fucking me. I don't know then, man. What? Isn't that the thing? Am I doing something wrong here for int n in nums? Okay, if I just do the loop in a different way instead of this, so for int I less than length of num, then everything is nums, not num, and I plus plus, right? And here now sum plus nums of I, res plus I. This one should work maybe. What is this? Oh, I equals to 0. Oh no, we need to give the answer with what is missing, right? Expected was 2. At the end, let's say I'd add res plus num.length, right? Would that make it work out? I think that is the thing that is fucking us up. Program is retarded. Yeah, I'm just doing it now in the wrong side. So that means what? That means what, boss? That means what? We need to add that length of things in sum or in res. Yeah, it should just be res minus sum from the start. It should have been that. So the main error that I was having was that I was not adding the final number that should also be in the intended result. Right now, this should be faster theoretically, but let's see. Holy beats 100%. Yeah, there's just like one loop, just iterates over once. But there's a memory because we are storing a lot of stuff here. Maybe I could better the thing as well. How could I better the thing? How could I better the storage here? Is there a way to not use like two different things? Like just use do the calculations at every single step in one. It might increase time, but maybe I could think of it. Sum equals sum plus nums of I. Sum is our intended sum, right? That's going in. How about if doing, instead of like storing it in two different things, we just like do the calculation for each one. Like we just like from from the res one we subtract the sum one at each point. Then we don't need to store the sum, right? Like it should be like res equals to res plus I minus nums of I. Would that work? And then we just like return res at the end. So see, what I'm thinking of is basically I remove this and I put like it as nums dot lineage. We remove some from here for now. We remove this thing. We just do this. This would be a better space complexity. And it might also be just better, I'm not sure. Bro, it takes even more memory, bro. How? It's just one thing. This is one fucking thing we're storing. Also, I don't like writing it like this. I'll just write it like. Also, I could not have thought about this solution by myself, that's for sure. I can only do this because of the fact that like maybe like submitting it just deviates the memory by a lot. It's not my fault. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it just deviates it by a lot. Does not matter that much if I'm using 1 or 2 because internally it's still storing like a lot of values.
Little reminder to myself as to what the question is, and this will be super useful for when you're practicing later and you keep coming back to do the same question and you don't want to come over here and read the whole dialogue.
68 missing number. My goal for these would be to do like, I'm not sure, could I quantify one number for these? Like a particular question could take me like an hour, bro. What do I do? What if a particular question takes me like an hour? But I think in general, doing like 3 each day would be more than good enough. Yeah, I did my first solution with a hash set, so there's also that. Easy.
So it tells us, given an array of nums containing n distinct numbers in the range 0 to n, return the only number in the range that is missing from the array. So quite a wordy description. Here we have 301 and the output is 2. So it looks like we just return the missing number. However, we also need to be careful here because the question tells us from 0 to n. And we can see in the second example that we are looking at the length of the array. So if we have 2 numbers in the array, 0 to n becomes 0 to 2. And we want every number 0, 1 and 2, even though it looks like this is a complete array here from 0 to 1. Initially, I created this solution where I sorted the numbers and looped through the enumerated list. This gives us I and v, where I is the index and v is the value inside the loop. So for this example, in each loop, we would sort the list and at index 0, we would have the value 0. At index 1, we would have the value 1. And at index 2, we would have the value 3. So next I have an if statement to check if I is not equal to v, because at some point the value would be 1 greater than the index. And at that point, we can return the value that should have been at that index.
But you're sorting it too before. That's like a not like a good answer because sorting takes
Index, which is v minus 1. Returning the index here would have worked also. And finally, we can cover the edge case in example 2. This solution is n log n, which is relatively slow. And the reason being is that sorting in Python is n of log n. And so that slows our entire solution down. Otherwise, the rest of it would have been linear. And we can see from the submissions that I made how slow my initial solution was in comparison to others. A better solution would be to take 2 values, the first value being the expected sum of our list, and minus from it the actual sum of the list. And the difference will give us the missing number. And to get that first value, we take the length of the list and plus 1 to it. The reason we plus 1 is because next we take the sum of the range. And the range in Python excludes the last value. So range 3 would only give us 0, 1, and 2. If we plus 1 and take range 4, that would give us the expected range, which is 0, 1, 2, 3. So we add 1, take the range and the sum. From there, we have our value and we can do our calculation to find the missing number. And this gives us an O of n answer, because you can see in my notes the relative time complexity it takes for each operation in the solution. If our list or input grows by double, for example, we only have to do double the additions. And so this summation here would be our bottleneck. I'll put on the screen a good explanation on doing more of the same operation in a linear fashion, and how we can look at multiple operations in the same solution to figure out the time complexity. So bear in mind that doing multiple O of n operations sequentially, like we have here, and not nested in the same algorithm or solution would still equal O of n. And so that's our solution for the missing number. In these next 2 slides, I've left some raw notes to show you guys the type of reminders I would leave for myself. Here I was playing around with the different ways to iterate through dictionaries and the difference between sorted and sort functions in Python. I also had a look at lambdas after seeing them in some solutions, and I played around with the code. I wouldn't recommend getting too far deep into lambdas because in my opinion you can do the same things using plain code like loops, and lambdas are slightly less readable. But this did make me more comfortable with the language, and the next time I saw lambdas I could rewrite the solution to my style. Anyway, on to the next array question. Find all missing numbers. In this problem we have to check the given list for missing numbers.
LC448 file on missing numbers. I must only have like a few more. Yeah, in December I started to try this. Tried differentially and in Python. LC448 find all numbers disappeared in an array. I just tried LC448, that would be better. But did I update this? Pretty sure I did. Yeah, then just save this and close now. Given a given an array nums of n integer where num size the range, return an array of all the integers in the range. I mean, I feel like my initial hash set solution for the last one would work here well. Let's use that. So no, I could just do that loop here, right? For I equals int I equals 0, I less than nums dot len eth I plus plus if num set dot contains I continue else. List. Don't know how many there are, right? You might need to use an array here. I mean a list here. What you mean, bro? What you mean? I don't think I even have list function there, bro. Fuck man, I might need to do the list one. Oh no, I have a list function there. So nums. We'll just have like a num list or whatever. List or array list. list. And just like return list, right? Oh, I think the problem is, yeah, I'm adding like, started from 1, right? And do a +1 here. Yeah, I think that should work fine. Because the question is not for indexes, the question is for actual number list. I think this should work fine for edge cases as well. Oh, it's a terrible ass solution, bro. Like 11 ms, like 11 beats percent, memory percent 5%, bro. What was my solution before? So that lower time. I'm doing the same thing. I have a hash, I have a set with the number added in it, and bro, it's just like Python is so easy, much easier than like, yeah, doing the same thing there is just doing the same thing here is just like I'm having a worse solution because the fucking language. It's just so much code compared to this. Fuck, man. So third solution for today, right? I'm feeling hungry. I might need to get food after this. Bro, I know the solution I've done is just not good enough in this language. So the fucking photo he has added is wrong. We have people like apply. Bro, do people not like look at the fucking thing? They just look at the solution. Man, it's just terrible, bro. This fucking community, bro. Hopefully this guy has a nice answer. Bro, this is a whole ass thing, bro. Okay, so here's created a list, integer list, that I've done as well. I've created an array list. I don't know the difference between a normal list and an array list. Okay, I remember that there are like different types of this, but okay, I think in the first one you can just write array list or list because there are different types. Like you could have written linked list there as well, right? So for int I equals 0, int index, using a math function, bro, that's like worse now. So what is the answer, he says?
Numbers in the range 1 to length of numbers. So this is a nice little reminder for myself because I've seen this question before. If you've not seen this question, let's read the official description. Given an array nums of n integers where nums I is in the range 1 to n. So essentially we're given a list of numbers from 1 to n. Return an array of all the integers in the range 1 to n that do not appear in nums. So we have a list of nums here, and I can see we have some numbers repeated like 3 and 2, and we need to return the numbers that are missing from the range of 1 to n, where n is the number of items in our list, or the length of the list. And we return 5 and 6 because they're the ones that are missing. And this looks to be true in the second example also. So whenever we're looking at duplicates, my mind immediately goes to if we can use sets. So let's go over to our whiteboard and have a look at the solution. This is the nums that was passed in the first example, and here I've written out our solution. The first thing we want to do is take a set of our numbers. So this means we're going to have the same list as a set where all of the duplicates are removed. And it's not relevant here, but just a reminder that sets in Python are unordered also. So we have 4, 3, 2, 7, 8. We already have 2, we already have 3, so let's add the 1. And we're going to create a list called rect so that we can return this. And in here, we're going to put the numbers that are missing. And then we're going to loop through the range from 1 to the length of our numbers plus 1. So the first value is the first number that we will loop from. If we do not include this, the range will start from 0. But the question tells us we're starting at 1. And the length of our list here is 8. And remember that the end of the range in Python excludes that number. So we want to add 1. So this value becomes 9, and our range is from 1 to 9. And the 9 will be excluded, so it's from 1 to 8. And simply for each I, or each number from 1 to 8, we're going to check if it's in our set, and if it's not, we're going to add it to our list here, and at the end, we're going to return this list. So 1 is in our set, 2 is in our set, 3 is in our set, keep looping, 4 is in our set, but 5 is not. So here, we're going to add I, or 5, to our return list. Loop again in our range, and the next number is 6. 6 is also not in our set, so we can add this to our return list. And 2 more loops, we see 7 and 8 are in our set. And finally, we can return this list, and that is our solution. We've solved this in linear time because we're iterating through our range and appending to the new list. If the size of our list doubled, the number of operations will double also. And we're using O of n space because we've created our list in our set. Again, if our input doubled, then the length of the set might double depending on how many numbers are missing. But remember complexity and worst case. So in the worst case, 1 or no numbers are missing, so the set will definitely double. And the return list, if we had more numbers missing, would also grow in a linear fashion. I've also included a solution which had O of 1 space. Right now, I don't think it will be beneficial to go through it, but if you're looking to improve your Python skills and understanding of these questions, it will definitely be useful to go through this constant space solution. So here it is. And so that covers everything on this find all the missing numbers question. Next up, we have Tucson, one of the most
I think I'm gonna go get some food, bro. I thought I would like do like 3, 4 or 5 today because these are all easy questions, but I'm feeling hungry and I feel like I spent like too much time today. How long have I been streaming for now? Fucking 5 hours 51 minutes, bro, for 6 hours of grind. I think 2 hours are still left for Spring Boot, so I need to be doing that. Tomorrow onwards I will start streaming at 12 latest, bro, because I started streaming late, like 3 hours late. But yeah, I would write the functions tomorrow, why not? I think I'll just do the Spring Boot now. Actually, I'm not sure how I'll do it because I genuinely just have fun now. Spring Boot next, right? I think I'll go get some food. But it's been fucking 6 hours, bro. It's crazy, brother. Oh, I did not add it in my list, right? What was the question again? LC448 on number displayed in a day. Yo, it increases this but not the fucking thing. Wow, that's amazing to see. Three questions today only. I mean, I should have done more than 3, but yeah. Okay, let me see when I do this. Has the LeetCode extension that I have been working well? Maybe I don't have it on this one. Fuck, I don't have it on this one, I think. Oh, I don't have my fucking extension working on this one. Oh, I might need to put it up on my laptop what the extension's name was. Fuck. I mean, I did not use to do it on this PC because that's the reason. Now I need to do it because of the fact that like I'm streaming. So let's look up what the fucking extension is. Lead sync. Lead sync. I just submit this one again, would it go? Should go, and it should pop up by itself telling me about it going. Oh, I need to probably restart this website. It's not updating. Yeah, it shows one now. And if I go to how do I open the fucking thing? Yeah, that's good enough. Put down, keep on updating every week. Every day by itself. That's nice. So I think I'll just get some food and like start up with the last thingy for today. The last wrap, let's call it. I'm not sure, man. I'm kind of fucked for today. I mean, it's been like a longer session because it took me like a lot of time to get through. I think from tomorrow onwards it will be faster though, but I think I can like usually if I only need to do like do 6, I could just like speed through in like 1.5 hours the first one. Today it took like more than 3 hours, and then like 2 hours for lead code, and then yeah. I did reduce lead code time today, but yeah, 3.5 hours for that, and then 2 hours for that. 5 and like yeah, 6 hours would be my limit each day for like studying, bro. I don't think I can do more than 6 hours in a day and like be productive about it as well. Now I'm already like my brain is fucked, but I need to finish the 3 tasks for each day. So I'll get some food and we'll start with the thingy. Yeah, I need
Discord
to,
or NetBeans or any other ID.
bro, today's like stuff is just fucked. I feel like I might just stop, like I might not do lead code for today, like I might not do like Spring Boot for today because yeah, I've already done one, right? So yeah, I think I'll just do it from tomorrow because I need to set up and shit too, bro. I cannot like watch it while he's eating and take like all the notes. I need to like set it up. It's just gonna be like too hard to do right now. It's already been 6 hours, bro. I think I'll just be ending it for today. It was a nice stream, nice first stream in the